I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Harton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development. At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came for the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties, and we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, it's all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground, and that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military had not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things, and that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance may be about 50 naira or 60 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free, And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school. They stay with us. We are about 20 in the house while we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we are all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact. We never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Odumakers, we had the Bazunus in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things, and in the reshaping, it's not for us. It's not for the present generation. It's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life in those days, they used to talk about what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary, or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now, AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continuing to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. the coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across three Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
From Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones and how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvests, Corpus Christi, and I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. we went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Kadozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, right, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we're not having that 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still barely chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But In special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, we recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the higher-ups want to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. They need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then, you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, they just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. Try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He fathered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI. Bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. she was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what, I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work, I did well, they offered me permanent employment, but I but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child, not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the Board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awosika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awosika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye and Didi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event, and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello and welcome to the Wednesday edition of SOUQ Business Landscape, the program that breaks down the forces shaping the market, money, and economic policy across Nigeria and beyond. Each week, we track key developments, examine their impact on businesses and households, and ask the critical questions that matter for growth and stability. I am Olubide Shokoe, and I'm surrounded by two perfect gentlemen. On my left, I have Mokhtar Amin. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. Shokoya. Good morning to you, Doctor. Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Nigeria.
And on my right, I have the think tank, Dr. Idahosa. So glad to have you on SOUQ Business Landscape.
Olumide, good morning. Mukhtar, a pleasant morning to you. Good morning, viewers out there. We're again here to serve your interests.
All right, so today the Naira hits a record high at the official FX market, signaling renewed investor confidence. But even as the currency strengthens, Nigeria faces another nationwide blackout. Fresh fuel pricing tensions, regulatory uncertainty for manufacturers, and shifting global alliances. Reaching you live from our studios in Lagos, this is SOUQ Business Landscape, and we'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget, drop your comments, like, and share. Join the conversation on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. So let's start off with the first story. The Naira strengthened to a record 1,401 Naira 22 kobo per dollar on Tuesday at the official foreign exchange market, marking its highest level since the launch of the electronic foreign exchange matching systems. Now, the appreciation reflects renewed investor confidence and strong demand for local currency. Data released by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, showed that the Naira gained 1.26% on the day, rising 17.73 Naira and at 1,418 Naira 95 kobo at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. Now, FX market participants reportedly placed bids as high as 1,400 Naira per dollar, signaling active trading and robust liquidity in the system. Analysts say the gains are driven by consistent foreign inflows, improved exports received, and supportive monetary policies from the CBN. Now, the record level underscores efforts to stabilize the Naira, boost investor sentiment, and strengthen Nigeria's position in the global financial market. Starting with you, Mukhtar, this is very, very good. But what does this mean, apart from the big CEOs and those big investors? What does it mean for the common Nigerian citizen?
In a country like ours, where 70% of our spending has a dollar component from fuel, crude is sold in USD. So that's the dollar component in it. Even though we have a domestic refinery and we are heading towards full dependence on local refinery, crude is still priced globally in USD. So if the Naira gains strength, that means cheaper fuel for us. Expatriates that works at the refinery, their pay are priced in USD. Then we move to other commodities. Most of the clothes that we wear are imported. A substantial percentage of the food that we consume is imported. So all of this is USD. And generally, when you look at the quality of life, drugs, pharmaceutical drugs, everything is priced globally in USD because we are not living in isolation. We are a part of a global system. So if we cannot afford pharmaceutical products that is even produced within our shores, they will simply export to countries that can pay. So we just need to make sure that our currency has the value for us to be able to afford the basic necessities of life. And that is how affordable foreign exchange, stronger Naira, that is how it affects me and you. And if, for example, the value of Naira goes to about 500 Naira to $1, it simply means the man that earns 70,000 Naira can be able to buy ×3 of what it can buy. But that's just simply what it means, because everything, like I said, is either priced in USD or has a USD cost component.
All right, coming to you, Doctor. He mentioned crude oil, he mentioned clothing and pharmaceuticals. Are there other components? And also, do you see the Naira gaining more strength? Do you see the dollar declining against the Naira?
Well, I think listening to Bismarck recently on the recent study on the Naira, and I think he actually argued that the Naira at the moment is undervalued. And I think that was, for me, a good sign that the economy too has recovered. Because before now we're talking about overvaluation of the Naira. So today we're talking about the undervaluation of the Naira. So what that means for me is that the basic macroeconomic indicators are getting better. So we're having inflation stable now. And so we can actually say, okay, we can determine what exact value of the Naira is. So I think we should expect really a lot to happen to the Naira in terms of strengthening. Don't also forget that, of course, we're seeing a number of activities that are beginning to happen at the start of this new year. The president just 2 days ago, yesterday, signed about 9 MOU in Turkey to bring in some more funds into the economy, because the more inflow of dollars you get into your economy, the stronger that your Naira will also become. Because, like I say, the forces of the market, demand and supply. So when you're having inflow of Naira coming into your environment, then of course you have to also see that the competition, whether in the parallel market or even at the official windows, can stabilize or go a little down. But from what Mukhtar said, one of the biggest worry that I have is that I don't think we're doing enough in terms even of domestic production of crude, because we're having people getting interested in the oil refining sector right now. Dangote is expanding. Boa is trying to put in money into that space. There are a lot of local modular refineries here and there that are working. NNPC is trying to see what they can do, whether to build a new line or just to repair the one they have. When all this happens, which means, of course, again, we have to import crude oil, then that would mean a whole lot for the Naira again, because people will now be looking for ways to source this dollar, and then, of course, you have to find a way to devalue your currency. These are issues that, of course, our government must find a way to do, and I don't think that it's impossible for us to do 3 million barrels of crude a day in Nigeria. I don't think it's something that is out of reach, and we just need to get a lot of people investing in that upstream and see how we can produce more crude. And then, of course, if it gets to that point, like, of course, started with this regime, where you have to do cash Naira swap, it will make a whole lot of things in stabilizing the value of the Naira. But then, of course, when you have Naira having this declining value, again, for the average man on the street, is a plus for him. Like Mukhtar said, you can have more disposable income in your hand, and then, of course, prices of goods and services is coming down, and then those who work, who currently are the victim of the global economic crisis, will now begin to feel some measure of relief, because almost everything increases except salary that had to increase at a certain point in time. So salary earners are the worst hit. So once you find the value of Naira declining, of course, it also will put more money in the pockets of salary earners.
All right, so let's look at the global scene. With Trump's eye on Venezuelan oil and, trying to do what he's trying to do, there were fears that if he gets his way, the oil from there coming from Venezuela might crash the market. Do you think that would also affect us in any way? And the dollar, and the Naira, rather?
I think people should understand that Donald Trump is actually not too much interested in oil coming from Venezuela, as people suggest. The truth of the matter is that since the day of Chavez in Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia has actually wasted their natural resources. Their life actually had been unbearable for the people who live in Venezuela. Now, I have a friend who stays in Venezuela. Some year ago, 5 years ago, thereabout, he told me they have to queue to buy a cup of rice. Inflation was about 3 million% in Venezuela. And yet they are so rich in oil. And what pressure that made was that people were literally walking out of Venezuela with their leg, maybe with a mat in their hand, because it was so bad for them. And you imagine that in such a situation, and you still have a regime that is so high-handed and is trying to pull people down. And because of their links and all this, and they are reaching out from the oil, you're not allowing investors to come in to put money and help you develop your country. So what Donald Trump is actually about is to see how Venezuela can use their resources to cater for their own citizens and make more money for Venezuela than actually using it to determine what price will be in the international state. And I think that is what it is, because the more pressure you have from a poor nation, the worse you become. And people must understand that if Donald Trump is thinking American for the Americans, or America becoming great again, the influx of people from the south of America, or even the north of America, entering into America will put pressure on the domestic policy of America. So why not make the environment governable and stable so that they can stay in their place in peace, and then we can have our peace in America? I think we must see it from that point of view.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Mokhtar, lastly, one of the things people have always complained about affecting the Naira is borrowing. When we go borrow from the external, outside rather, from World Bank and the rest of them, and of course these things come in dollars and the strangest conditions. Do you see, yes, the government is looking into bonds at the moment, to reduce external borrowing, but do you see us, stopping it, or do you see, what's the way out?
I'm an advocate for borrowing when it's necessary. Okay. The most important thing is, what are you doing with the money when it comes? We are trying to build a $1 trillion economy. We are barely around 300 million. How do we get there? We need to stimulate the economy. We need to, and while we are stimulating the economy, we need to take care of the people. The people don't simply just starve to death because we don't want to borrow. So I'm not saying we should borrow to feed, but we need money. For example, down the line today, we're going to be talking about power. Experts have analyzed that Nigeria needs at least $100 billion to fix our power problem. Today, as at last year's data, our revenue stands at about 16 billion, 18 billion a year. So if we need 100 billion to fix power, if you ask me if we can actually monitor every single cent of that money to deliver stable electricity, I say it's worth to borrow if our economy is big enough to take $100 billion loan. It is how we deploy it, because if we have a stable electricity, the economy, nobody can even predict the potential of what we can do in 1 year, in 2 years, with a stable electricity, in terms of human capacity, in terms of production, etc. So Japan is the 4th biggest economy in the world, yet they are the most indebted country in the whole world. America...
But they are very industrious.
Exactly. So debt is not the problem. The productivity is the problem. I dare say there's nobody that is more indebted than Dangote, yet he's the richest black man in the world. So the debt is not the problem. The debt is not why the Naira value is where it is. Okay. It's our lack of productivity. And we can see the Naira gaining strength because there are deliberate efforts for us to be productive. First, we have the single train largest refinery in the world, Nigeria becoming the net exporter of Jet A1 fuel into America. You see all these little things is how the Naira is gaining strength. We're about to build aircraft maintenance plants in Nigeria. Not only is the aviation industry going to keep some of their FX within the country, we can attract FX from other neighboring African countries within the sub-region. So those are the things that will give the Naira the value. Shell is talking about 20 billion investment in the upstream sector. So if Nigeria borrows money, for example, to stabilize the Northeast, and Shell can go into the basin of Lake Chad to exploit oil, I say that's a good investment, because if there's stability in that sector, let's say Nigeria takes $5 billion, and that guarantees safety and peace in the Northeast, and Shell goes there and invests $30–40 billion in the upstream to extract oil, I say that's a good investment, because your $5 billion has bring in $30–40 billion. Not only is the money coming in, then there goes job. People within that region is employed. Then the products they are extracting from the earth is now being exported. That's more FX coming in. So it is what we do with the borrowing that matters, is not the borrowing itself. America as well is hugely indebted beyond even their macro policy. And they are still the biggest economy in the world.
So in one word, do you see the Naira dropping to 1,500?
I'll say 800.
800.
If we can adequately implement all our policies surrounding production and importation, and as Nigerian, if we can control our consumption to consume what we produce locally, we'll be at 800.
All right.
Yeah, but I think, just to speak to that, Bismarck actually put it at 1,200, 1,257 as the what he feels will be the appropriate value of the Naira at the
currently
moment.
now.
Currently. So which means, of course, the potential of it actually going down is high if we put all this in place. But there's something also we must give to the economic managers today, is the fact that the style of our borrowing has also changed. The government is not going to commercial bank to go take loan at very exorbitant rates. We must also commend them for that. You see, one thing that a lot of us as Nigerians, we don't appreciate is we don't look at the size of our bureaucracy, how massive it is to even maintain in the first place. Take, for example, we have over 1,000 agencies in Nigeria. Every agency has a CEO, and they have directors, assistant directors, and staff under them. And now, these are structured that, of course, were put in place during the oil boom. And don't forget that we have not been able to even implement your Rosai report. So when you look at what we currently earn, vis-a-vis the overhead of government, you discover that we will still have to borrow if the state must run. That's very important. But now that we are not going to ways and means of just printing currencies, and we are not going to commercial bank to take loan, and government is even moderating borrowing from lending organizations like the Brent Rewards. And I think there are things that are commendable, that if we are selling bond, we're doing treasury to be able to raise money both locally and outside, which means you can predict what your rate will be for a given period of time, and that helps you to actually manage. People don't understand the gap that exists in this country in terms of meeting our infrastructure need. Augusto put it that for us to be able to fill that gap, we need to spend between 80 to 150 billion annually.
US dollar.
Yes, US dollar annually for a period of 30 years to fix the infrastructure gap in Nigeria, and that's massive. So you don't want to build a state like that looks like Qatar or like Turkey or like UAE or like the Europeans, and then of course you say, oh, you don't want to borrow. If you have to do it necessarily, you will have to definitely borrow. Look at it. After the Second World War, America implemented the Marshall Plan that built Europe. It was not what they were earning. Massive money and borrowing came from the outside to help build Europe after the Marshall Plan. So those things you see in Europe today are things that were done through the debt. So, but like he said, I believe that we must also be thinking, putting money in areas where we can have some comparative advantage in terms of what we can also sell and earn more money, and then we are able to repay. PPP is also a way to go for us as a country. Our road infrastructure, for example, we have to look out for people who are good enough to be able to help us. I don't even see Nigeria putting money in power, for example. There are countries who have resources, who have also perfected the technology of driving this energy, and then we can call them in, and then they put in money. And then we see that the energy problem is solved once and for all. Yes, people talk about energy security issue, but I don't see it that way. I just feel that people just want to see electricity. Now that we cannot solve it, then we can momentarily ask other people who have the capacity to do it for us, and then they execute it, and after a while, it can be build, transfer, and operate and transfer. And at the end of the day, we are better for it. Businesses are better for it. But it's also good to know that today they say the pricing of solar and the conventional energy is at the advantage of solar right now is cheaper in Nigeria, and which of course again is a beautiful development. And if we leverage some of all these things with foreign investors putting money in this area, it will also reduce the amount of things that we are going to borrow. But if we must survive, I tell you, we have to borrow.
If we must survive, we may have to borrow, according to Dr. Daos's words. Let's move on to the next story. Nigeria's national electricity grid collapsed on Tuesday, triggering a nationwide blackout and marking the second system failure recorded in 2026 within 1 week. Data from the Nigerian Independent System Operator showed the power generation fell to 0 megawatts at about 11 a.m., confirming a total system shutdown. Now, the incident reignited concerns about reliability of Nigeria's electricity transmission infrastructure, which has struggled with aging equipment, weak redundancy, and operational constraints. The outage disrupted homes, hospital businesses, and telecom services nationwide, forcing households and firms to rely on generators and alternative energy sources. The collapse came days after a similar nationwide outage earlier in the year, intensifying scrutiny of the sector reforms and grid management. Energy analysts warned that repeated failures undermine investors' confidence, raise operating costs, and stall economic activity, calling for urgent investment in transmission upgrades, system protection, and coordinated response mechanisms. Regulators promise investigations and updates to restore stability. Let me start from you, because you touched that before we came to this topic. Where is the problem coming from? Is it from the DISCOs, the GENCOs, or the transmission company? Or is it capital? Or is it just general maintenance? Or is it just investment?
I think all of them has a lot of problems. The GENCO is a problem. The transmission is a problem. Even the distribution is a problem. The problem here, for me, is just simple. When we say we have privatized the power sector, and I think, like the Yoruba says, when you give somebody a goat, please allow the person to go with the rope. You don't give somebody a goat and you hold the rope. And I think that was what saved India. Indian generation is privatized. Transmission is privatized. Distribution is privatized. And trading is happening. So everybody is able to balance up. But here, generation is still in the hand of government. Transmission is still in their hand. And the only thing you have actually successfully privatized is the distribution, which makes it very horrible. You see, if you leave that transmission or distribution or the generation in the hands of private individuals, they will collect their money. Then there'll be pressure on generation. Those who are in charge of transmission ensure that what is generated is sold to those who are distributing. So once that pressure happens, you find that the system will naturally sort itself out. But right now, what we have is that government is making efforts to generate, and we just spoke about borrowing and government investment. We don't even have the money to invest in the first place. So you can actually not build power. Look at the money wasted in Mambila and some other power project that government tried to manage for a very long time. So we have not been able to actually add so much to the grid in terms of the things that are being generated. Here, the transmission too, for a very long time, no investment in it. Even the distribution, there's no new investment, which is even the greatest fraud that has ever happened in this country. When those discos were sold in 2014, you find that those people who bought those discos, they didn't have capacity. And all they were interested in was the massive assets that PHCN had all over the country. You go and check everywhere there used to be a NEPA building. Go and check what happened. Those things have been sold by the so-called distribution companies who said they bought these assets.
It was sold for $1 to a cent.
And now they have not added new investment in that sector. You know, up today we are still talking about metering.
That's the basic investment they needed.
Yeah. Government is even saying, oh, we're going to supply meter. And even the disco are telling you that, look, there's other associated costs that this thing cannot come for free. It tells you the way this energy sector is managed in Nigeria. And I think that Mr. President should just have to look into this sector very critically. And if we need to step on toes to ensure that we make energy work, it would just be nice. I met a man who was a director at NERC some 3 years ago, and he told me that if we do the right thing, that the electricity sector in Nigeria will be more profitable than the telecommunication. So which means the people within the sector understand that there are fundamental flaws within the system. And I think it's cleaning up that space that we just need. Then we go over all this collapsing infrastructure that we see today. There's a breakdown, tomorrow there's another breakdown, and we are not able to even generate what we need to jumpstart an industrialization process, which of course Mr. President is also campaigning. So let's clean up that sector, ensure that people who have the competency, the capacity to drive the system are the ones that are handling it, and then we'll have a good system working.
Thank you very much. Now, coming to you, Mokhtar, first of all, do you think we should even declare a state of emergency on electricity? 2, which sector, which area should there be critical focus? System upgrade, more investment, or maintenance culture?
I'll say all of the above. And I believe the federal government has declared state of emergency in power by dealing with the legal framework and the legislation around power. They've opened up that space, and that space has now permitted private participation and even subnational participation. Earlier in the week, on Monday on this table, I advocated for local governments to start investing in solar farms for small villages. Some of these villages, they don't even have any high equipment. All they have is few bulbs and their TV and radio. So, and that will solve rural electrification altogether. Solar farms, we've seen experts bring out the statistics that show that solar is now relatively cheaper than the national grid. So these are something that from local level, we can start investing in that on local level, and they can start generating money at the local level. That being said, state government can catalyze private participation, and we've seen that happen with Geometry and Abia states, where Geometry is able to supply uninterrupted power to Aba, which is a small city or a city within the state. So that model is what other states that have industrial capacity, Ogun State, can do that kind of partnership project for Agbara, that is like an industrial place, and other potential industrial hubs should look at that kind of partnership to catalyze that. I would say the kind of structure that we run as a government, it puts too much in the plate of the federal government. And we cannot separate governance and politics. So I believe the federal government cannot disrupt too many sectors at the same time if they still want to retain their power, they still want to win elections. And the subnational needs to take on some fights and, you know, catalyze some of this development, growth, as eventually we know that if we are going to move this country forward, a 250 million people population that is largely heterogeneous, we need to go back to regional governments. And like I said, you cannot separate politics and governance and election. So while we are slowly moving into regional government, subnationals can start catalyzing some of this development that we need to do, because eventually the biggest economy in the world and the country of our size that we can look forward to, like America, they are able to attain the level of development that they have because a lot of their development is coming from the subnational. Only few things is left in the hand of the government at the central. So until we get there, one man cannot give a good life to 250 people at the same time.
All right. So do you think states should start generating their own power?
That is the summary of my long epistle. It's been demonstrated in Abia State, so it's not like we are imagining stuff or we are fantasizing an idea. Geometry and Abia State government have been able to bring uninterrupted power to the people of Aba. So if they can do it, other states can do it. I'm advocate. I want to see Mr. Dapo Abiodun do that kind of project for Agdara, that is an industrial hub in Ogun State. And other states can continue in that trajectory. Kano too has so much industrial capacity. So you can pick a place within your state and say, okay, this is our industrial park that we want to bring industry. And you set up this kind of power project with private investors. You are not going to have problem with patronage. Industries have the money to pay. The private investor will be able to make their money and the state will grow. And like I said, local council can now start solar farm for villages too. So this is how I see we can go with power. Because with the government has seen the number. We are looking at $100 billion to invest as a country. And with my knowledge of Nigeria, I don't see how the federal government, as it is currently constituted, can monitor a $100 billion power project that is going to be a national project. One minister cannot do it. I don't see it. I wish they can convince me. I simply do not see it. The only way forward that I see is subnationals having a PPP project with private sector and local councils facing rural electrification through solar farms for villages.
Coming to you, Doctor, another thing, for the ordinary Nigerians, how do we reduce high electricity tariff? Because we also have that. We also have metering.
Yeah,
and estimated billing.
I don't think the issue is talking about how to reduce tariff. Is how to have cost-reflective tariff. You see, and I think this is a problem that's actually bedeviling that industry. Because if you set a price limit, for example, and say this is what we want energy to sell, and so even if you are generating yourself, we don't really care how much you are investing, then nobody will want to come put money in that sector because we will not be able to recover what investment is in there. I say it, the sole purpose of every business is to make profit. If I set a business and I'm not making profit, I won't go into that venture. So the issue here is not about reducing the cost. It's actually saying how do we create competition in that industry. It becomes competitive such that at the end of the day, the consumer can discriminate and say, this is where I'm buying my electricity from, and not from this other. Until we get to that level, you will still have this whole issue. So that's why you see a lot of people, even in Lagos here, the disco prioritizes places where they want to deposit energy, because that's where they feel they can recover their value quickly. So you have to make the industry attractive so that people can determine what the cost is. When you go to other places where light is 24 hours, the prices are expensive, but the people regulate their consumption, which is where the issue of metering actually come in. So nobody turned on their heat in UK, for example, for too long. Because you have to think about what you are consuming.
If you are halfway to your destination and you remember it's on, you turn back.
You turn back to go and put it off. Yeah, you save energy. So that is the way people play everywhere in the world, and that is what we should do. So when you have a meter, you can actually determine which bulb should be on, what things should be on the light.
In fact, families, they delay cooking for when everybody is at home so that the stove, heat from the stove can warm them and they don't need to put on the heater.
So I think that's what we should be looking at. Because if you want investor in that sector, as far as government is still inefficient, then of course you must have a cost-reflective tariff system. So that if I'm putting 10 billion, you look at the cost of my capital, you are looking at my overhead, and then of course my profit margin, and calculate it and say, can this man recover or recoup his investment over this period of time? And if that is possible, then you will see people come to participate. When people are not putting in their money down, it's because they're also thinking that, look, regulation may not allow me to recoup everything that I need. And this is another issue because, of course, again, if you have to put your generation, for example, on the national grid, then, of course, you have to recover your money, you have to also go through the civil service and bureaucracy, which is also very difficult. So the APIA model is fine, off-grid system. But if it's going to get into the national grid, how to also share that money will become a problem because of the bureaucracy that we'll have. So for me, let everybody, in short, Nigerians want to pay for meters. Frankly, we don't even need to do $1 investment in metering. The people who are sabotaging metering is actually the distribution companies themselves. People pay for meters. I knew how much struggle I had to go through to get a meter in my house. So, check meters are everywhere in the market. Why can't we just open that space so that if I want electricity in my house, I can put a meter on it? But the discos find a way to always sabotage. Something happened in this building. Electricity is put here by them. 3 months after they came, and they said that they don't think that the metering is working. And therefore send an alternative bill that because they feel that what we're consuming.
An estimated bill.
Yeah, because that profit them more.
So how do you come about the figure?
You didn't tell us, okay, this is what the meter is supposed to be reading. And then you brought an arbitrary figure of 23 million for 3 months to be paid because the meter was not reading. Was the meter tampered? No. Now that you have done that, since you said you have fixed the meter, has the reading of the meter actually changed? No, significantly. So they benefit more from the estimated billing. And that is why they are frustrating the metering process. Because they have a way to come back to you to say, okay, even when they give you light or they don't give you light, they come. In short, they were telling me in my village, you see, the whole month you will not see light. When they are coming to collect money, the night before the light will show. And they threaten you with disconnection. And everybody go and pay. So when everybody pay, 2 days later, the light is gone, and it will be going toward the end of the month before they come back again. Now, this is what they profit from. You imagine that in those villages, you have meters, and people are actually paying for what they consume. Is it that they give them light, or they lose everything? So these are the things that government need to actually address. It's not that people cannot afford meters. People are willing to pay for meters. Decentralizing even the distribution and supply of meter is what is important. And they say they don't have enough staff to go around. We can allow technicians to set up meters.
They do.
Yeah, we can allow technicians to set up meters. And then they come to supervise to see whether they are properly installed or they are reading well, and then they move on. If they don't have the manpower to do that, because there are a whole lot of people who are moving around the street who understand electronics and electrical systems, who can install meters. They don't necessarily have to do it. So if I can go to Alaba and buy a meter and install, then you come to assess it to see, is it actually reading properly what I consume? And you certify that, then that makes your job easy. So you don't need to pass, because almost every other thing we do by ourselves. We buy the cables, we buy the pole, we contribute to buy the transformer. So why can't we buy meters?
Lastly, coming to you, Mokhtar, you mentioned something about alternative power. How can we get into that? I know I traveled to Oyo State, Ibadan, and where I stayed, we were only getting 3 hours of electricity. It's that bad. But luckily, the house where I stayed had solar. So it didn't really feel as if there was power outage. But then again, how can we get more people so that we reduce the pressure on the national grid? If more people go into alternative power, I mean, if you look at Europe, they're investing in fan mill, even though Trump said it's a waste of money. But
why are you going to Europe? SOUQ is investing in solar panel.
I mean, fan mill. Europe is, So how can we, go and diversify, go more into alternative power? You talked about rural electrification also.
Like I've advocated earlier, this can only be driven from the subnational. The federal government, as far as I know, has removed the bottleneck, which is the legal framework. And the federal government is now investing in off-grid power solution for some of their critical assets. Their federal universities, their general hospitals, they are already doing that. So we want to see the subnationals follow suit. And there are already conversations, even for so many private estates, big shopping malls. They are discussing with investors on alternative power source. So it's an ongoing conversation, but the state governors especially are supposed to be in the forefront to be able to drive this alternative power generation and power distribution.
How affordable is it to the everyday citizen? Is it more affordable than the national grid? Is it truly affordable? Because owning a solar system now, we're talking $1 million to $2 million, depending on the equipment you have in your house.
Is more affordable if the weather is favorable. It's more affordable, because for a unit, for a flat, if you have a solar installation of about ₦1 million, it's going to give you the same power without your AC. Without your AC, with your refrigerator. Let's say your normal refrigerator is going to give you a power that you pay an average of about 7,000–8,000 daily, and that will last you for about 18 months before you change your batteries. And when you're changing batteries, you are not spending the whole 1 million. Maybe you spend about 200,000 something to change battery after 18 months. So if you do the calculation, you cannot compare. So the only problem with the solar is dependent on the weather. So sometimes weather might not be favorable. But other than that, is way cheaper. And when investment is done on a large scale, so many estates now have solar farms. Eco Atlantic, for example, there are so many buildings there with their solar farm as an alternative source of energy. There's a way they call it hybrid system. So you mix that with the national grid, and is very, very cost efficient. And so many estates are making arrangements for that kind of solution. But this, for it to really have impact, local councils and subnational needs to drive this, because the kind of investments that we need from the private sector for it to get to a lot of people, for it to really have impact, that conversation needs to be...
$100 billion.
Those kind of conversation needs to be handled by government, not just private individual. Without government cooperation, nobody is bringing that kind of money.
I think we'll do for a break at the moment. Keep your comments, like, and share. We'll be right back. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East.
SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Drop your comments, like and share on SOUQ News TV on our YouTube page. Now let's get on with the next story. The landing cost of imported premium motor spirit, PMS, has fallen below the gantry price of petrol from the Dangote Petroleum Refinery following a recent price hike by the facility. Now, the development marks a reversal in pricing dynamics that had favored local refinery and raised expectations of cheaper fuel supply. Data from Major Energy and Marketers Association of Nigeria showed the landing cost of imported petrol stood at 728 naira 88 kobo per litre as of last week. The figure reflects prevailing international prices, freight, insurance, and port charges incurred by marketers. On Monday night, Dangote Refinery increased its gantry price from 699 naira to 799 naira per litre. The adjustment places the refinery's ex-depot price about 70 naira above the current landing cost of imported PMS, potentially reshaping sourcing decisions for fuel marketers nationwide. Analysts said the sustained pricing gaps could intensify competition, influence imports, and test domestic refinery economics under regulated market conditions nationwide today. Mokhtar, very good competition, I would say. But what do you think, what would this now mean for Dangote? Do you see him dropping? Do you see him maintaining his price? What about the importers? And how would this affect everyday life of the average citizen?
Dangote is doing a reverse, which is not good for everyday consumer, because increasing price from 699 to 799, that's not something that I want to see as a Nigerian. And not only that, he is now putting the marketers at an advantage. That is not what we want to see as in Nigeria, as a country, because it puts the economy in a difficult place. We're just, celebrating the Naira gain. But if the Dangote refinery is putting petroleum importation at an advantage, which means more fuel will come in through our shores rather than being refined locally, it means there will be more pressure on the FX, and then we might lose the small gain that the Naira just got. So this is not what we want to see. And another thing that we need to look at is something that Dangote raised last year, which is the quality of fuel that is being brought into the country. Dangote has indicted NMDPRA for not having any world-class laboratory to test the quality of the fuel that come into the country. And when you don't have a laboratory to be able to test the quality of fuel, it means you simply do not have a standard. Because if you have a standard and there's no yardstick or way for you to determine if people are actually selling standard or substandard, that poses a problem. In advanced country, we all know that there are classes of fuel. By the way, when you go to the gas station in the advanced country, sometimes you get up to 4 classes of fuel based on their sulfur content and the refining and even the crude itself. There's the burning light, there's the WTI. So these are all different grades of crude oil and the quality is different. So he puts fuel in different grades and it's sold at different prices, right? So sometimes when an importer brings in fuel, they might go to bring the worst kind of fuel there is for them to be able to beat prices. If the regulatory body, NMDPRA is the regulatory body for the downstream sector and the midstream sector. So if they are unable to test the kind of fuel that comes in and that is being sold to us that might pose risk to our vehicles, to our generator, to whatever we use this fuel for, is dangerous. And in terms of keen competition like this, we know that businesses and businessmen, they manipulate quality. And this is where NMDPRA needs to stand firm to make sure that our health and our property, our cars, is being protected by the kind of quality of fuel that is being sold to us. So, like I said at the beginning of this submission, Dangote has indicted them that they don't have any functional laboratory to be able to detect fuel quality. We want to see them come out to defend that. If they actually do not have, they need to put a laboratory in place and they need to start testing the kind of fuel that is being dumped into this country.
All right, coming to you, Doctor. One of the reasons why people patronize Dangote fuel from MRS is they talk about durability, it lasts longer. So do you think that Nigerians will be loyal enough to maintain patronizing from Dangote vis-a-vis getting cheaper fuel somewhere else?
Well, I don't think that there's any reason for people to worry. I've said it time and time again. Our president was clear what he wanted. He wanted a free market economy. Free entry, free exit. So people can determine what they want to buy and how they want to buy it. So if Dangote decided to raise the pump price of petrol by 100 naira, well, Nigerians are discriminated. So you talk about durability, how durable it is, because I really have not been able to experience it as a person buying. If I buy a full tank from Dangote or buy from NNPC, exhausting time is almost at the same time. So I cannot actually say, because I don't know whether that has been scientifically proven, as it were. But you see, like I said, Nigerians or consumers anywhere in the world know how to discriminate. As I was passing through Alakpera yesterday, I saw that humongous queue that used to be there has disappeared. So they are going back to where they have value. Thank God that we have not monopolized the industry, so to say that importers were excluded from the business. Because tomorrow, a lot of dynamics can also change, and the cost of importation can go up, maybe as a result of geopolitics or power contests anywhere in the world, and therefore their own pump price can also rise. One thing Nigerians should bear in mind is that in a free market economy, prices are determined by the forces of the market. And so we must be able to accept it when prices go up, and when they come down, also rejoices also. So for me, how do consumers survive? we check where we have small value, and then put our head in there. So you'll find that maybe today now the dynamics is going to change, because 1 naira means a lot to an average Nigerian. So people can go to where they can get that value. And if you want time, you get to where there is high value, you can queue and get. If you don't want time, then you can drive in and drive out. So these are all things that are available to the public. If there were no alternative, it would have been a source of worry. But now that there are alternatives, I think Nigerians just discriminate and get value anywhere they want to get it.
Do you think, do you see a reversal in the price? And also, a lot of people have, okay, now let's look at another angle. Import tariffs on petrol were suspended. And while some people said it was good, some people said it was bad, some people said tariffs should be placed on imported petrol so that it would encourage local refiners. Do you see that import tariff coming back, or do you believe the government should just, let it go?
Yeah, but I think to a very large extent, government should not actually intervene too much in the market. My view, I believe that if there's going to be intervention, it should be just limited and not giving anybody an edge over another. These are people's businesses and their means of livelihood. So if you say you want to encourage local production, we also have to look at the capacity of this local production. And what if these people also decide tomorrow and say they want to take their things to where they have value? How do you survive? Because they are not under your beck and call. Dangote can say, okay, tomorrow I want to sell petrol to Afghanistan, and that's where I'm going to get value. You can't tell him because it's a Nigeria, you must sell to your market. You don't have control over it. So I think the things that are within our control, we can manage. Those that are outside of our control, we allow those forces to determine it. So here, Nigeria is wanting to import fuel, but government must also find a way to drive an equilibrium so that, yes, the industry at home is not overprotected. Because that's one big thing that we must also put to heart. Because once you overprotect industry, they cannot actually do well. And that has been the undoing of the major things that happened to us after the nationalization policy. We thought that we could do everything. And where are all those businesses now? They're all dead because there were no serious competition. So sometimes we must also realize that business must allow to compete in a global economy necessarily. So it's just like what we do with education. And say people, because they are educationally disadvantaged, then of course their qualification had to be minimal. And you forget that they are going to compete globally, yes, and not just locally. So I feel that government should be able to moderate this and ensure that there are balance without necessarily benefiting one party over the other. But you also don't forget that sometime last year, Dangote actually mentioned that he was selling at a loss. He mentioned it, that he was selling at a loss. So maybe the chicks are coming to roost now. So we know what the actual price of petrol is. Because here at the heart of the competition, he tried to gain some market. Now he may not be able to carry the weight of those losses, and therefore maybe he had to price rightly. And then we cannot actually know what is the exact cost of PMS in the local market. And I think that would be just good for the industry. We don't want him to lose because a lot of people also have put money in that business and they are expecting dividend at the end of the year. And therefore, it can't sell at a loss perpetually. And so let the truth be put on the table so that people weigh it, and then we can have a market that is free of these shocks every day.
All right. So before we go to the next story, let's take some comments from our social media, from our YouTube page. This one, the first one, is coming from John Oloruntobi. He says, "It's a shame that we are yet to have a harmonized structure that promotes the power industry." Then Critics Media says, "Borrowing, borrowing, borrowing. This is not bad question. This is not bad. The question is, what are we doing with the borrowed money, just like Mukhtar said. John Olotorubi says, Dr. Idaosa, you are very correct. He also goes on to say, I saw this yesterday. You can put a system in place that allows local engineers fix these light issues and connections. Praise says, I thought as much because there is no light at my end throughout last night. Okay, she was referring to the power outage. Let's move on to the next story. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has approved a temporary window allowing importers to use expired National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control NAFDAC licenses for import documentation, easing disruptions caused by recent changes in Nigeria's trade processing framework. Now, in a circular issued on 26 January 2026 by its Trade and Exchange Department, the CBN authorized dealer banks may continue processing Form M applications with NAFDAC licenses that expired on December 31st, 2025. Now, the approval takes immediate effect and will run for 2 months, expiring on February 28, 2026. The bank said the measure provides short-term relief to affected businesses while stakeholders adjust to the new system requirement. It added that authorized dealers should ensure full compliance at the end of the window, warning that Form M submissions without valid licensing after the deadline will be rejected under the existing foreign trade rules. The guidance applies nationwide with enforcement. Doctor, let me come to you. Do you think this is a good move, allowing an expired licenses for importers and giving them 2 months? Then after 2 months, we know how this thing goes. People will clamor for more time and they, increase the deadline.
Yeah, but I don't think it's about the expired license. It's about the gaps in terms of NAFDAC able to process some of all these licenses. So what CBN is trying to avoid is that importation should not be unnecessarily delayed because we have to wait for the NAFDAC system to work. So if I have a license that expired just a month ago, it can be extended by 1 month. And therefore, that should not stop me from getting access to my Form M processing. And I think that is the thing that should be said. We must read it in context. So the statement says that for licenses that expired as at 31st of December 2025. So it's not a blanket extension. And this is ending on the 28th of February. And this is because of the lapses that was observed. And I think that is what leadership is actually all about, flexibility. You are able to accommodate people and not to process rigorous, that then you create trouble and problem for the inventory of people. Because what that means is that if this window is not closed, you will find that people are not able to bring in goods and services. Mukhtar told you just now that for everything we consume here, about 70% is dollar denominated. Now, if this is the case, what you're going to find is that you find a lot of hoarding, you find a lot of price disruptions, and that, of course, will affect the marginal gains we've gained in terms of inflation, because prices will soar. Because if products are not in the market, people will be hoarding what they have, and then, of course, prices go unnecessarily up, and then the society suffer. So to avoid that gap, and I think that's what CBN is doing, what they're doing, because it's critical to managing the fiscal, the macroeconomic indices that drives the entire economy. So for me, I think it's a good move. Leaders must be flexible, and that flexibility is what makes us to be able to jump at a turn. They call it agility today. So once there are issues in the market that require that we bend, we can bend as quickly as possible so that distortions are not created.
All right, come to you, Mukhtar. Add this to your submission. How can NAFDAC itself now cover this lacuna, and how can we also try and develop this culture of renewing licenses even before it expires?
Okay, before I answer that, I'd like to point out that what the CBN is trying to do is they are trying to close the gap and leakages with our FX. So a lot of people are using all the avenues to access foreign exchange. And the CBN is critically looking at every application for foreign exchange, and they are saying people with expired NAFDAC registration have no business accessing foreign exchange to import anything. And in so doing, they are making provision for people that genuinely want to import and have a genuine excuse of, oh, it just expired and we're in the processing. Like Dr. rightly said, that shows leadership and flexibility. Now, to come to NAFDAC is a question of both sides. Number one, Nigerian has the habit of waiting for the dying minute before we renew our licenses. I barely see a Nigerian that waits, that renew their driving license, for example, 6 months before expiry. The only document we renew before expiry in this country is international passport, because you know that for that there's no levity for you.
Yes.
So every other document is expired a month, 2 months. Sometimes you have to be stopped by the police before you actually go and renew. So that is part on the citizen. So we need to be more proactive, and we need to take things seriously. And the policy like CBN is the kind of policy that will encourage more people to renew their licenses before it actually is expired. You can put in your application 2 months, 1 month, and then by the time the license is expiring, your new license is here. And from the part of NAFDAC, I don't have any evidence that their system is bad or their system is slow. So I won't want to indict them for anything, except anybody comes forward to say, oh, they've been trying to process licenses forever. So I don't want to assume that everybody just say everything in Nigeria is inefficient. There are actually agencies, Nigerian agencies, that are efficient. So until there is evidence that suggests that NAFDAC is inefficient, I don't really have any.
Yeah, but I think NAFDAC themselves have also said that they have a shortage of manpower in terms of inspection, which is actually the big issue. Validating that the factories are still in right shape to be able to produce whatever thing that they are producing. So inspection is a big problem for NAFDAC because they don't have adequate personnel. Nigeria is a very large and huge country. And if you look at the size of the manpower that they have, they will not be able to go around. And that is why, of course, we find delays sometimes in the process of renewal. But again, like Mukhtar said, we are a promo-driven economy and also fine-driven. Maybe because there are no consequences in some of the things that happen. That's why people have to wait for the last minute. You see, today now, you cannot wait for your paper to expire in Lagos. Because if your paper expires in Lagos and you drive in the city, the following day, you have a fine waiting for you on the VIS portal that says that you are driving with an expired vehicle license.
It's been upgraded.
Yes, so that system is in place. And I think that almost these licensing agencies should be able to put this kind of system in place so that people are noticed. I got a message from Lagos State VIO yesterday telling me that my document will be expiring on the 30th of November this year.
Well, over 10, 11 months.
10 months ahead. So telling me that, look, your document will be expiring, so ensure that your vehicle is in order. Now, you can imagine this kind of a system that is reminding you, and therefore, when you are penalized, if you fail to meet up, of course, they will be justified because it is your problem now. And then because I know that Nigerians wouldn't want to lose a kobo, so once those consequences put in place, a lot of all these things will be naturally dealt with, because we know the numbers that are on the system, those that are already being given. So the system naturally generates the expiration date. And so once expiration date gets in and they don't want to come, they start to accumulate demurrage, maybe after 1 month or after 2 weeks. And then, of course, that demurrage will push a lot of people to process renewal in good time, and maybe we won't get to this kind of situation. Because you have the people who want to always wait till the dying minute, and then we overburden systems and they are not working. If people are doing what they should do, as at when due, the system will become more functional and effective. And I think they should be able to use artificial intelligence and the rest of the technology to drive this process, so that people know, yes, automatically messages are generated to tell you that your document will be expiring at such and such a date. And if renewals are not done at this point, there's this fine that's applicable. Many people will run to do theirs, and then, of course, the system will not be overburdened.
All right, let's quickly move on to the next story. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has urged the federal government to intervene in the renewed enforcement of a ban on sachet and small PET bottled alcoholic beverages by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. Now, the association said the action is disrupting manufacturing operations and threatening jobs across the sector. In a statement issued on Tuesday, MAN Director General Segun Ajayi-Kadir said the enforcement has created uncertainty for manufacturers due to multiple and conflicting directives. He noted that companies are struggling to plan production and distribution amid regulatory inconsistencies and sudden clampdowns. Ajayi-Kadir claimed NAFDAC had, within the last 2 weeks, moved to enforce the ban despite existing government directives and legislative resolutions restraining the agency from doing so. He warned that continued implementation could lead to factory closures, supply chain disruptions, and revenue losses. MAN called for clear policy alignment and stakeholder consultation and regulatory stability to protect investment and sustain growth in the manufacturing sector. Now, it goes without saying that before this particular ban, there was a communique that was issued that on so time, it was last year, that sachet, alcoholic sachet, this would be banned. So it's not new. Yes, the federal government has put a halt, but in reality, what are let's look at the economic influences. Let's also look at health issues, because NAFDAC is not just saying this thing, they know the health implications. But MAN is also looking at the economic impact, job losses. Businesses might go down. How can we balance this?
The manufacturing companies can always diversify. I'm not worried about them. I believe they will survive. For these products, they are a product of a bigger industry. They have a series of other products, and I believe they will survive. They will diversify. Sachet, we don't have sachet alcohol until the last 10 years. So they were producing other forms of alcohol until then. So I believe they will diversify. But I'm worried about policy somersaults from the government. We've been seeing this back and forth for a while now. It is not good. Like Man rightly said, businesses are not able to plan, people are not able to plan. So that is where the problem is. If you want to outrightly ban it, I expect NAFDAC to go through all the legal framework and get everything right from the governance side, get the nod from all the necessary agencies and through all the legal framework. And give a timeline, enough time for people to be able to adjust. And when the time comes, they need to enforce, and that is it. So we should not be seeing this back and forth. That's the only problem that I see. So I want to see government agencies do their homework well before they come out with a communique about banning or discontinue a particular policy or policy product or what service, and give enough time for businesses to adjust. And when all of this is met, when they enforce, they should enforce and see it. They should not relax due to pressure here and there, especially if you have given businesses enough time to adjust.
Doctor, what's your thought on this?
Well, what just came to my mind was the opium war between China and the United Kingdom. As we're talking about small sachets and small pets. If you look at it, the reasoning from NAFDAC, for me, I think is quite very, very profound. Because one of the things that we must also take away from this conversation is the fact that the level of children participating in this underage, actually, because it's quite affordable for them. It's also to discourage some of all this thing. A friend of mine told me some years ago that the biggest epidemic in Nigeria now is mental sickness. It's a huge epidemic. And I was driving to work this morning. My friend was telling me, and he said, you see, you mentioned this thing yesterday, how alcohol affects productivity. And I was coming out of my house this morning, I've seen this early morning, people drinking this sachet and throwing away. Then I think that's also not healthy for productivity. So what they cease to do is that, look, make it big so that when people need it, they can buy it big. But also don't forget the impact on the environment itself. We have small sachets, small pets, littering the whole place in an era that people are talking about biodegradable materials and the rest of it. It's also important that we must also consider it at that level. So beyond the fact that younger people consume, is also to see that how do we also reduce, because most of the five-star hotels I visited, especially last year, only very few people use PET. You go to a big five-star hotel and you're having a conference and they put bottled waters on the table. And that's also about environmental sustainability. It's not just because the fact that, yes, we're going to plan, but we must also be looking at the impact of what we're doing on society. What led to the opium war was the fact that Chinese felt that the more opium that people were consuming, the less productive they became. And therefore they said, we have to raise productivity. And the British said, we need to sell our opium. And then, of course, they enter into war, forcing the opium on the Chinese. See, these are some of the things that we see. Man wants profit, yes, are great. But we must also do it in such a way that the lives of our children are protected, and then environment is also safeguarded. And I think some of all these policies are being put in place because of the environmental sustainability debate that is ongoing, and we must find a way to take care of the human part. You see, while we're talking about underage labor, we must also be talking about underage drinking. And these things are making it as available to children who doesn't need it because they can afford it. So from that perspective, I think we must have to embrace the policy as it were. This MOU was signed in 2018, I guess. And so 2018 and now, you cannot be crying foul that it's as if it's coming, as if it was made yesterday. So that conversation has been on since 2018. Between 2018 and now, it's over how many years? That's close to 7 years. So 7 years is enough for people to adjust. But unfortunately, they also understand that there are certain people that they are targeting who are actually buying this drink. And I think that's what worries me more than the head side of this conversation from that point of view.
All right, lastly, you mentioned something quite critical that we need to look at more: underage drinking. Because these people that sell this thing, they don't care who buys it.
It's just the way you have drugs. You see, Abuki sell drugs to all manners of people because they are affordable and they are accessible. So these are things that has to be controlled, and so that we don't endanger the life of our children. Because what worries me really is the level of unproductivity and laziness that people wake up very early in the morning and what they start to do is to drink. Remember, there's a passage in scripture when early in the morning people were speaking in tongue and then they said, these people must be drunk. And they say, bah, it's too early in the morning to be drunken. People who drink, they drink in the evening, not in the morning. If you walk around the street of Lagos this morning, you will see a number of hell of people drinking themselves out. And I don't know how people can contribute to economy. While we are thinking of profit, we must also think about the society at large.
Do you think there should be a law?
There's already a law, but then, of course, they are enforcing.
How do we enforce it?
It's difficult to enforce.
From the sellers.
It's difficult to enforce. Very difficult to enforce.
All right, we have really exhausted our time, but big thank you to gentlemen, Dr. Daosa and Dr. Amin, for gracing this program. But the bigger thanks as to you watching. Keep dropping your comment, like, and share. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. We'll be here tomorrow again to give you fresh updates from Nigeria and around the world. I am Olumide Shokoya.
I am Mukhtar. Thank you for being part of the program up to this moment. As you go by your day, I wish you a very fruitful and productive day.
Idahosa, my name. It's a pleasure being here. Let's be safe. Let's build a society on value. And of course, all of us corporately will benefit at the end of the day. See you again tomorrow.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News. My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded 2 theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
is Com Henry Itauma. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of life all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children. Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, the merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, Nsuka, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. So we interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromolaran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. In close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment. Treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian Pharmacopoeia. We know about the British Pharmacopoeia. We know about the American Pharmacopoeia, the Japanese Pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian Pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explore a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money or whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, it is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across to our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice, you are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies, you know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media. We have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them. in real estate development, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessments, space planning. We work with them, and these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had the former Minister of Health, that great woman, Ponja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environment. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, and you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we had some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, They come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We are started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
Welcome to Cash Crafts. My name is Grace Komolafe. In Nigeria's agro space, palm kernel oil, PKO, is an underrated cash cow. Quiet, consistent, and massively profitable. Known for its wide use in the cosmetics, pharmaceutical, and food industries, PKO is extracted from palm kernels and is in the high demand, both locally and internationally. What makes this venture truly attractive is its accessibility. With Nigeria being one of the largest producers of oil palm in the world, palm kernels are readily available, especially in states like Ondo, Edo, Imo, Delta, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. And here is the kicker: nothing goes to waste. After extracting the oil, the cake left behind is sold as livestock feed. The shell, it fuels boilers or is sold to ceramic and brick industries. Every part of the process holds value. So, what makes PKO processing a powerful cash craft? High return on investment. You can process 1 ton of palm kernel to yield up to 400 liters of oil. Multiply that by market price, and you are looking at solid margins. Market demand. Soap manufacturers, beauty brands, bakeries, and exporters are always on the lookout for quality PKO. Side streams. Yes, palm kernel cake, PKC, is in demand in animal feed markets, and palm shell has commercial fuel value. Scalable startup. Begin with a mini expeller, 800 to 1.5 million naira, and scale as profits grow. If you're ready to dive in, here is what to consider. 1. The final role in the value chain. Processor. Now buy kernels, extract oil, and sell to local or industrial buyers. Again, broker, marketers. Link processors with big buyers. Earn by volume. Aggregator. Buy in bulk from rural producers. Clean and resell to processors. Moving to number 2. Set up your production. Machinery needed, that includes cracker, separator, kernel oil expeller, filter press. Yes, you need power source, diesel or electric motors. Just know your local power availability. Now, factory location, that's very important. Set up near kernel supply regions to reduce logistic costs. Now we go to 3. Get quality supply and handle storage. Buy dry, well-preserved kernels. Avoid muddy or sore-smelling ones. Store in clean. Keep sacks away from moisture. And we'll move to 4. Connect with buyers. Yes, you will need to connect with beauty and skincare industries. Shell butter plus PKO is equal to good. Also locate soap factories and bakeries. Now, sell via online platforms. You can connect to exporters.ng and B2B portals. We go to 5. Understand regulations and packaging. Ensure hygienic NAFDA compliance packaging if selling to food and beauty firms. Learn the rules for local transportation or export standards. And finally, palm kernel oil processing is a low-noise, high-profit business with deep roots in Nigeria's agricultural economy. With the right tools, connections, and product quality, you could turn this natural resource into a thriving year-round business. I am Grace Komalafe. This isn't expert advice, but it's a wake-up call. Don't just think, do it. In this business, your vision, precision, and consistency will bring you the cash craft you seek. I'll see you again.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policy makers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NBG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of the ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished
ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations, and transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption as subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agree that we need to work together. As a former attorney general, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasson. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, but we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you're aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonkosununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its great in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACT, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPC as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we contribute our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we'll monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area that we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last